Bom dia a vocês que estão aqui prestigiando essa atividade no Pavilhão do Brasil. Meu nome é
Good
Guilherme.
morning to those of you who are here in the Brazilian Pavilion. My name is Guilherme Eid. I come from the ISPN. I'm here also on behalf of the Social Biodiversity Economies Observatory. Today, we're going to discuss opportunities and challenges for social economies for climate and biodiversity. So, trying to recognize the role of indigenous populations, also what needs to be done in terms of biodiversity and climate targets. Thank you to all who are here for being available for your time. And of course, I'd like to honor the journey of traditional peoples and their contribution to the development not only of conservation strategies, but also a perspective for a new economy. I'll give the floor to Ceisa, Secretary for Indigenous Peoples, Land and Management. You have the floor. Thank you, Guilherme. Good morning to all of you. Those who are already awake in Brazil, some wake up very early, so maybe they're watching us.
Representando o Ministério dos Povos
It's a
Indígenas.
pleasure being here in this panel to represent the Indigenous Peoples Ministry. As you know, it's a new ministry. However, it has accumulated lots of experience because of the fact that it has had important representation in politics. There's indigenous leaders that have been in politics for a while, so we've accumulated experience. Our minister tends to say it's a new ministry that brings with it lots of ancestral knowledge. This year, we resumed the policy for indigenous peoples management and land management, PENEGAT as it's called. This is a policy that was drafted through public consultation. It was the first time we followed Convention 169. After many consultation, we drafted the text that was approved in 2012. And after that, governments did not back up the policy. It wasn't really fostered in order to be able to be implemented in practice. And after a series of decrees and being able to reactivate some committees, we reactivated the management committee for this policy, PENEGAT, which is going to help us discuss the contributions of indigenous peoples and indigenous lands, both in terms of environmental conservation and climate balance. And it's thinking about that precisely that we developed a tool to foster bioeconomy and productive activities, as we call them, within our ministry. So productive activities from communities.
Que os povos indígenas têm já há muito tempo
Thinking about the management plans that indigenous peoples have developed for a very long time. We have 7 axes we're discussing, from land protection, recovery of degraded areas, all the way to protection of water sources and springs. And after 10 years since the decree for the creation of PENEGAT was published, new topics have come up. At the time, during the consultation, we had gone through the topic of climate change, the topic of the carbon market, and of course, the topic of social bioeconomy. There are many concepts behind social bioeconomy, but what exactly are indigenous peoples doing and producing that could be included in the discussion about social bioeconomy and therefore fostered? In Brazil, we have a model that's turned upside down because we have lots of resources that subsidize large productions of soy and corn, while the production that's done on a daily basis in these indigenous lands and that help these communities survive, but also while balancing the environment, protecting the environment, knowing that, of course, indigenous people are not going to cut down lots of trees to produce what they need, cassava, beans, whatever they need in order to be able to feed themselves. We know that they do this in a way as to not harm the environment, but at the same time, they're able to produce enough to feed the entire community. And maybe whatever is left can be sold. So we think that the incentives and the subsidies that are provided for great, very large producers should be able to reach these producers from indigenous lands so that when they're able to sell their products, they're able also to get a fair price for what they're selling. We have the Potiguara people in Rio Grande do Norte. They're the most, they process Brazil nuts, or actually, sorry, they process cashew nuts, but they don't have their own production. They buy it from the state of Pará, and they do it, all the processing, in a very artisanal manner, and then they sell it in Natal, in the capital, in the market. But the kilogram is very cheap. They sell it for very cheap, and then this is something that they do because it's part of their culture. It's not just about processing cashew. It has a whole ritual behind it. So I think we need to add value to the product and show how it's being made. I went there, I saw how they're making it, and then I saw how much they were selling it for, and then I went to a supermarket. From their territory, they're able to sell it by at 10 reais per kilo, and in the supermarkets, you buy it for 70 reais per kilo. So this is what we need to discuss, the subsidies, the incentives, and our policy needs to be redrafted to include social bioeconomy, but we should have the same incentives, or at least half of the incentives that these large producers are getting. Thank you very much for your contribution, Ceisa. Because we don't have a lot of time for our panel, I will go straight to Marcelo. Marcelo, please, you are an entrepreneur inside the Amazon. You represent Mazo Maná. What are the challenges that you find in order to be able to develop social bioeconomy? Thank you very much. It's an honor being here, and I think we have a huge challenge over the next few years to be able to have social bioeconomy or social biodiversity economies to the next level. So the first point I want to mention is one that's been suggested by Ricardo Abramovay. We were at a panel together yesterday, which is really understanding social biodiversity economies as an economy based on knowledge, an economy that combines product, service, knowledge, and is able to create mechanisms to compensate that. When we look at the social biodiversity economies, chains, and what happens in the regular market, they're not able to be combined. Degan said that for 20 years we've been fighting to be able to value a standing forest and restore degraded areas. So today there is money that goes to that. But on the other side, everything is very new in terms of social biodiversity economies. You have carbon markets. I think REDD was a bit frightened this year because of all the whistleblowing problems of communities being harassed. And this might lead you to want to over-regulate this market, to have just jurisdictional projects, but we lose track of what we've learned from indigenous peoples, which is the idea that it is diversity of knowledge, of interaction, that allows the forest to stay up, to be standing. For example, maybe we will not be able to affect the funds that foster agriculture, and we should be able to, but maybe we will not be able to access them. However, there are many new funds that are being created, and maybe we need to ask for these funds to be dedicated to the forest, to keep the forest standing. So the challenge is integrating government, NGOs, and companies. Mazoa is a company I've been working in. I had been working in the social movement and NGOs for 25 years, and now I created this startup. It's a new program. We integrate products because we can't just compete if we're just producing, especially for companies that are further away from urban areas. The cost in terms of logistics, technical assistance, having the right technology, that's too high. So what we want to do is to have an additional layer, which is a financial layer. Think about financial mechanisms and how can carbon come, or the credits, how can we use them? At Mana, we're trying to create this additional revenue based on the services that are provided to the conservation of nature. So having this added revenue. For the first product, we have 14 production chains. This leads us to have a final product that is packaged and that doesn't have to be cooled, which is important when you're talking about the distance that it will have to go through. And we have a business model that gives equity to the communities. So for the first investor, we let them know that part of the equity is going to communities. How can you do that without putting these communities at risk? For instance, if you had a company like Natura that would give 10% of its equity to traditional communities, can you imagine how much that would be? It's not royalty, it's equity. It's participation in the company. So I think we need to set up a new business model. That will be the first step. And then maybe we can have important indigenous entrepreneurship that creates impact. We have lots of opportunities for impact investment. So people who are willing to have a smaller return on investment, however, that are very concerned with the positive impact that the companies they invest in are going to generate. So whenever we think about a new equipment or a new productive chain, how can we include knowledge, more knowledge? Today, lots of extractivists or indigenous people have access to a cell phone. We have an organization that's contributing to have 5 fast internet points inside communities. Well, what does that mean? To have internet available inside these indigenous communities, it means you'll be able to have access to remote medicine. You can track the area you are going through, and basically this is money. Someone was saying, well, who is going to pay for this? Well, how does Google earn money? providing information. It sells, it collects, and it sells information. So this is the challenge we have. And in order to get there, we need partnerships. So we need to look a little bit more about the interface between markets and communities. We have to get the bill approved as fast as possible, the bill about the regulated carbon market. And we have to think about the policy, Penegati and others, and how the resources and the funds can be sent directly to the ground, to the field, so that we can develop these social biodiverse economies. Thank you, Marcelo. Let me call Frineia Rezende, Executive Director of TNC Brazil, to share her experience and how Brazilian civil society has been organizing itself to try and contribute to the challenges, overcome them, and help develop social biodiverse economies. I think it's very important to be here and hear from Ceisa first, not just because we're giving a place and a voice to an indigenous person, but because she has an actual experience of being in the forest. So I just want to emphasize how important that is. And one of the strategies that we have at TNC, and we've been doing that for 50 years, we've supported indigenous peoples in their own land management plans for a very long time, which shows the impact that civil society and the third sector can have in promoting discussions that have to be done by the communities. In the case of TNC, we've promoted 60 PGTAs. That might seem little, but in the Brazilian context, it's a lot. And aside from that, we have, well, the project for social bioeconomy maybe is the longer lasting one in terms of continuity. And we have an example, which is a cocoa one, cocoa production. But one of the studies we launched with Natura in 2011 is precisely about social bioeconomy. When we talk about social bioeconomy, lots of people say, well, what kind of social bioeconomy? And of course, we have to discuss social biodiversity, but linked to that, we have a strong discussion about how to leverage other native species beyond the main productive chains or value chains that exist, açaí, cocoa, and Brazil nut. So there are other 27 species at least that are part of our study and that show great potential. We need to work on being able to diversify. We have a very critical view about how these productive chains are being developed to avoid them from becoming commodities. Because if we go in that way, that path, and think that if we scale up and create commodities, we'll solve the issues, well, no, we will have another problem in terms of the ecological impact, but also in terms of the social impact. In the island of Ilha do Marajó, we know that commoditization has created a very severe social problem. We cannot try and use the same model of monoculture, but rather we need to take advantage of their knowledge and add that to the socioeconomic model we develop. Otherwise, we will face a very big problem. So in 2019, for the 30 products we had studied between 2006 and 2019, there was a growth of about 30%, and we reached $1 billion, 5.4 billion reais. So there is potential, but how can we include innovation, as was mentioned by Marcelo? How can we actually add innovation, traditional knowledge, and have these innovative processes be present in the territory and not transfer the capacity to develop new technologies out to what happens outside the territory. Let me give you the example of the pirarucu fish. Aside from being a delicious fish, I like to talk about it because we're able to use basically all of it, including the waste, that can be transformed into another product. So you have a cycle of social bio products that you can develop in the land, within the land, if you have the right focus. And the other aspect I want to talk about is scaling. What do we want to scale? Do we want to increase productivity, or do we want to reproduce success cases to be able to create new value chains and include other traditional communities that have knowledge about production? When we talk about an agroforestry system, we're basically talking about the basic system for growing crops that indigenous people have been using for a very long time. In civil society, we're doing lots of work, and we need to continue to leverage knowledge, but also to share that knowledge. How can we find the best agroforestry systems and the best extractivism systems? How can we add value? How can we develop the product and add value to them so that we can actually really share benefits with these populations? And one more thing, when we're talking about the 12 million hectares of our NDC, the potential we have of transforming these 12 million hectares in agroforestry systems. So what kind of economy do we have? And how is it going to be linked to our NDC target? This is a huge opportunity. We have to take advantage of it. We have to put pressure on the different systems at different levels, whether it is the market, the government, the state government, so that we can actually have agroforestry systems that take into account our NDC, not only to fight climate change and leverage social bioeconomy, but we have other layers linked to ecosystem services that are provided that we can ensure. And I will close there.
Muito grato.
Thank you very much. We can see the Brazilian government has the challenge of coordinating efforts and providing effective responses. This topic is cross-sectional amongst several ministries. For this reason, I would like to thank Ana Karina Mendonça Pimenta, the Secretary for Bioeconomy at the Ministry of the Environment. Thank you very much for your presence. So please, if you could tell us about the institutional designs made by the government on this topic right now. Thank you. Guilherme, good morning, everyone, and apologies for being slightly late. I would love to discuss all these into detail because you've touched upon very relevant aspects of bioeconomy. But today I have the role of sharing public policies. So I will stick to the more bureaucratic agenda, which is also very important. Bioeconomy is being discussed for some time amid the civil society, by companies abroad. It is a bit fragmented in Brazil, but this discussion needs to take place. And I think that this is not something questionable in Brazil. Our objective with the bioeconomy is to strengthen the traditional knowledge, the economy that uses land in a sustainable manner, preserving our natural capital. So we should not be afraid of saying so. Our bioeconomy is the one that values our assets, our population. That's it. So it makes no sense making huge institutional effort in a different sense. That's the guideline we have from the government. For our president, it's very clear we have to fight poverty, fight climate change, protect the Amazon, and the bioeconomy is one of the drivers. And it's a very powerful driver to promote economic inclusion. So that's our direction, that's our interpretation. We don't have questions about this. The questions are when it comes to coordinating several policies, because bioeconomy was not born yesterday. The bioactivity exists for long, and we've had public policies that somehow approached different aspects of the bioeconomy. We heard Cesa, she mentioned Penegati, that was also very, very important. We also have food policies that are important for short distance circuits. So how you can test products, test markets, provide access. There is a set of policies that give subventions and grantings for the activities and undertakings. And there is an entire set of policies. Innovation law, how can we combine innovation and bioeconomy? How can we combine the industrial policy with our perspectives for bioeconomy on the top of what we have already in place? So I am a member of the Department for Biodiversity at the Ministry of the Environment, and we intended to design a national bioeconomy plan that will be managed by several ministries so that we can internalize the instruments and we can mainstream bioeconomy in several policies and instruments, and including financial instruments. The Brazilian National Development Bank is not present on this session, but they are partnering with us in this front, because having this look towards bioeconomy from the Brazilian National Development Bank is very important. We also had the crop plan, Plano Safra, that has been fostering and triggering agriculture in Brazil, is something that we can learn from when it comes to creating a plan for fostering the bioeconomy. So we should bring subsidies and intelligent solutions to mobilize resources to reach the social bioeconomy activities, which never happens. This year, we had the Agricultural Family Program together with the Ministry of the Development and the Environment. We created a program with low interest rates that was distributed by all banks, credit until 10,000 reais, 50% of rebate, so people could have a loan in the amount of 10,000 and repay only 6, so big subsidies. But why didn't local communities and indigenous people have access to this? Because this could leverage their economies. Why we don't have the cooperatives having access to this type of program? Because we lack a structure that can strengthen the capabilities of the banks, of the financial instruments, of the communities, of the leaders in the community, so that we can leverage this funding. Is this for all? It should be. It is for the ones that wish to have access to it. And what bothers me is not having the option to do it, to take it. So the fact that these populations are not able to reach it is something that is very negative. So we need to deepen biosocial economy related projects so that they can be leveraged by the organizations operating on the field. So there are several ways of doing so. And to give you an overview, we have this policy drafting, and one of the instruments that are already in place at the ministerial level, and this should now be subject to a larger discussion of the population, is the social bioeconomy plan that started in 2007, 2008, when we had the biodiversity plan, is based on these previous policies, and the objective of this plan is to add new instruments to social bioeconomy in our country. Next meeting, we're going to have a meeting to draft the technologies and, sorry, the methodologies for the public consultation. So we are together with several ministries, and including the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. So we need to better understand how the consultation will take place. And if you allow me, I have two policies to mention that we expect to launch by the beginning of the year. We discuss carbon a lot, which is an important discussion, but we have to study the carbon legislation because carbon does not translate what we wish to do in the forest. So we have to think about the environmental services. So we have to take into account the fact that productive forests are more have a better value than the forests where we have no type of production, because with the production you can maintain the livelihoods and increase the protection. And this is at the core of the payment for environmental services policy that we are working on. So how can we leverage the instruments that exist already according to the law to favor and promote social bioeconomy? And let's not forget the environmental service is not necessarily a service of the production chain. It is an environmental service. So it is an income, a revenue, but it does not necessarily is part of the production chain. So we have to see it from different angles. And finally, we almost never discuss this law that governs the use and access to biodiversity as of 2015. And before that, we had the biodiversity law that governs the access to genetic heritage and traditional knowledge. This legislation was the object of a lot of conflicts. You need a manual to be able to interpret this legislation. We need a lot of education to be able to understand this piece of legislation. But this is very important for the social bioeconomy plan because the sharing of benefits is one of the principles included in this piece of legislation. So what you are saying here, bringing it for inside the business, for me, this is a plus, something extra, because according to the law, if you use traditional knowledge, you're going to pay 1% of the finished products according to the legislation. So we have a traceability provided for in this legislation. So we should think about this law because this can be yet another mechanism to ensure indigenous people will have a place and also that we are going to have the sharing of benefits and also the concern with the research and the industry. I'm sorry, I think my time is up, but I think that this is very important. It's very important to have such an institutional perspective. And now I would like to hear from Ana Euler, the business officer at the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency, Embrapa. Embrapa is a driver, a foster of the agricultural production in Brazil, a foster of innovation and science, and also biodiversity. If you could please tell us about it. Thank you. I would like to thank you for the invitation. I'd like to greet my fellow panelists, very dear colleagues. We worked together for some time already. So, at Embrapa, actually, allow me to present Embrapa to you. The agency exists for 50 years, and when the agency was created, the purpose was to develop research for food security. And in 30-year time, we saw that through the investment in research, in people, and in public policies, because this is an entire set, in 30 years, Brazil changed. So we depended on the importation of food. We had no food sovereignty, and we've achieved food sovereignty, and we became an exporter of food. Our research base has 3 units: the product unit, because we wanted to understand how we could transform food production and how we could scale up food production. So we have several production units such as cattle for milk production, for protein, corn, beans, then thematic units such as agroecology, environmental services, Embrapa soil, agroenergy, and the eco-regional units that are specialized in territory. So these units take into account the demands from each territory and then try and put together the products and the topics in favor of the local territory. So this is a research with a purpose. It is a research aimed at development. For this reason, we have to give positive influence and positive data to public policy. So that's a very important demand we have. And we have 43 units all over Brazil. And we feed policies at the municipal, state, and national level. The headquarters is in Brasília, the Brazilian capital. And in Brasília, from time to time, we have an update as to the alignment of our strategic plan with the priorities of the government. Let me give you an example. We had the PPA that was discussed last year counted on our support being given to 13, 16 ministries. We are very much related with the Ministry of Agriculture, for sure, but we are very close to the Agrarian Reform Ministry, the Environment, not that close, but we are getting closer, especially when it comes to the bioeconomy. And we been trying to work with the Ministry of the Indigenous People because we wanted to say that Embrapa is open. We are at the disposal of all ministries, and this includes the new ministry, the Ministry of Indigenous People. So, in our work in connection with the biodiversity and bioeconomy in the different biomes, we have different teams operating in different states. So I come from the state of Amapá. And Amapá, it is 70% protected areas. So most of our research team researches on family agriculture and social bioeconomy in the state of Amapá, which is different from other states. So our objective is to build together and to give support to ongoing policies, and bioeconomy is one of them. We are now working with MDA for the Productive Forests program, bioeconomy program. We also work in a partnership with Social Bio for the production of machinery and equipment. And the idea of this is to increase our offer in terms of machinery and equipment for biosocial diversity chain. So now we are looking at ourselves, at our very work, at our research basis, and it will try to align it with the new demands from the government, with the new priorities, and include new types of research, new types of technicians operating. Because next year we are going to have a new hiring, and we have to include the new disciplines, new profiles, forestry and social environmental studies, so that we can be aligned for the next years. And we hope that our agency will be working in favor of the bioeconomy and the bioforests the same way we did in relation to the agribusiness in the past. I believe that agriculture and forestry should go hand in hand. And one last question, one last issue. Embrapa is related to ANATER, the National Agency for Technical Support in Rural Areas. And we have a challenge, which is what model we need to put in place for social bioproduction. Because we don't have it. We don't have a designed business models, designed financial models, and we also needed to rethink the public technical assistance provided to this population. So we have to think of a system, a national system for technical assistance for rural and local populations. We have the public technical assistance, but it's very scarce, I must say. Most of the technical assistance for acai production, for instance, is a private technical assistance that charges extra and charges the local communities. And the background of this technical assistance is to provide credit. But people, they don't have access to credit because they need a technician, an expert that will sign the agreement, the contract, and because most of the population, most of these families, they have a debt because in the past, someone offered a loan and they were not able to repay this loan. They have a debt, and as a consequence, they are not eligible to a loan, so they need the signature of an expert, of a third party that will ask for a payment in order to do so. And we needed to change this because the technical assistant is not educated to operate in the creative economy, in the bioeconomy, in the economy of knowledge. They are actually equipped to operate in this agribusiness world. So we need to requalify this technical assistance as well, rural technical assistance. And this is a responsibility of our agency, of Embrapa. This is a challenge that we have, and we have a partnership with the Brazilian National Development Bank. We are negotiating a partnership to enable this public policy, something that is so important for the restoration arc that will require hard work from all of us. I hope I have contributed. Every panel we try to add something new. So let's show some of what we can do. And let's remember, we have to work in partnerships. I discussed a lot about the partnership with the ministries, but we also should partner with the production sector, with cooperatives, with the companies, with the NGOs. So we are open and we need to work in an open innovation field. So the research should not be limited to laboratory and to experimental field. We should carry out research in the territories together with the stakeholders so that we can bring about combined solutions and solutions that are not forged by us. And that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Várias iniciativas da sociedade civil
We've been
também.
seeing many initiatives by civil society, entrepreneurs, startups that are trying to make this bridge happen between communities and the market. I will give the floor to Gaston Kremer from WTT, World Transforming Technologies. Can you tell us your perspective of challenges and opportunities for the sector? World Transforming Technologies, WTT. The idea is to transform the world, and I agree with Karina. All the rural producers in Caatinga, indigenous population, we have to discuss innovation. We've been working for a decade with innovation. More than focusing on technologies, we try to understand how technology can work as a social development mechanism. For instance, we've created this knife that allows them to cut the fish much more easily. So they decided to develop a tool, this specific knife that would allow them to do this faster. So working not for communities, but with communities, from communities, with innovations that require us to have deep scientific knowledge. For instance, if you're making bioplastic from the fiber of nuts, of the we've started developing this in the free trade zone of Manaus with the local industry in Manaus. It's important to have those discussions happen, and for a while we've been doing that. We also understood that we had to try and develop scientific policy, scientific research, but include societies to have land that is that is able to maintain its traditional knowledge and that can prosper, changing our paradigm in terms of the economic model we want. So we have been defending this advocacy, and we understood that this idea of emissions guided concept is important. So this is a concept that the government has been backing up. What we're doing now is to have a national innovation system that is dedicated to the major innovations in Brazil. So going two different paths at CNDI, which has an important element of social participation. And yesterday they participated in a panel about bioeconomy. However, we're still lacking original populations, traditional populations. We need civil society to be present so that for bioeconomy in the Amazon, you have innovation that is driven from the communities and from the interests and demands of these communities, whether it is equipment, infrastructure, or anything else. And we have this huge investment in science and technology that's going to happen soon. And next year we will have a conference which will be held after 10 years. And the idea of the conference is to have civil society and other organizations participating in how these resources are going to be spent. So billions that will be spent. And we know that social biodiversity and the idea of a standing forest needs to be there to make its claim, to claim its own space. It needs to be involved in the discussion so that we can have some of these resources go into innovation in a specific context, which is that context of the forest. And what we want in terms of science is for researchers to have access to resources, but also to have some incentives to make sure that the research is going to be published and developed after university. So this is why I invite all of civil society. Let's try to go beyond affirmative action policies, which have transformed Brazil, but let's go deeper into the scientific research to ensure that all the innovation we're talking about can be built upon together with traditional knowledge, so it can have access to resources, to incentives. Since October, when we organized the first innovation forum looking at emissions, we invited lots of people. We had André Banil there. He emphasized the importance of a multicultural dialogue. We'd had CNI, we had other companies, other universities, and the idea is to be able to influence the processes that have already gotten started and dedicate them to our cause. So if you are willing to join us, then please, let's get in touch and continue. Let's go a little bit faster. I think we have 5 minutes for one quick question and then your final comments. I would like to call our colleague from Instituto Centro de Vida. Good morning. I am Deironi Mendes from Mato Grosso at the Institute Centro de Vida. I am also a quilombola, so from a former slave communities, and I've witnessed the entire process of the policy that was drafted, Penegati, and I have a hope that we will see better days for our land, for our territories, and I'm very hopeful about the discussion that we're having on social bioeconomy. My question is, how can we innovate, scale up, include, and conserve beyond the Amazon and beyond the acai, nut, and cocoa production chains? Do you have a quick response? Do you see any possibilities for other peoples and other traditional communities that aren't in the Amazon? Let me give some context briefly. I know we don't have a lot of time, but when we talk about carbon credits, social bioeconomy, we always look at the Amazon forest. However, we have other biomes in Brazil. We have more than 350 indigenous peoples, and lots of them are not in the Amazon. We have more than 50 traditional communities aside from that, and they also live based on the relationship they have with the land and what they're able to produce. So more than 5,000 quilombola communities, as well as other traditional communities. So we would also like to be able to produce, innovate, scale up our production, and be in a more comfortable situation. I'll give you just a quick example of my community. I was created in a territory where babaçu is used for everything. We make oil out of it, we cover our homes in it to protect it. We make milk to be able to cook and bake. So for us, babaçu is sacred. But to this day, we make the oil from babaçu by breaking it, and then we sell it in these plastic bottles that we reuse. So how can we develop this faster? How can we improve our production? Thank you for your question. I will maybe give the floor to Ceisa. You can bring an answer if you have one, and your final comments. Your question is very important. We do have this vision that's more focused on the Amazon, and sometimes we lose track of other biomes. We're talking about resources for people who live in the forest, and it's still not enough. So can you imagine how long it's going to take us to have resources available for these other biomes and people who live in other areas? For a very long time, Embrapa, the Agricultural Research Agency, has invested in agribusiness and provided a lot of subsidies for them. And for us, traditional peoples, to be able to access credit, well, we have the problems that were mentioned. Communities who are far away from urban centers can't even have access to basic social stipend, such as Bolsa Familia. It's too expensive to go to the city and get it. So if we don't go to other regions and other biomes, as was mentioned in this question, we will not be able to advance. In the Northeast, we have lots of indigenous land that we don't even have ownership of. There's this huge bottleneck, and Brazil really needs to look at the fact that working with indigenous peoples and traditional peoples need to be done differently. We currently are in the ministry in Brasilia where everyone is, all the other ministries, and they wanted to remove us and put us somewhere else, but we said, no, we're staying here because I think what needs to happen is the legislation needs to adapt to our needs, not the other way around. We're working in the Cerrado, focused specifically on this. How can we work on these territorial protection plans based on the perspective of indigenous people or Quilombola people to develop social bioeconomy, but as you would like it to be developed, those of you who are in the land. So we are developing these programs for environmental and territorial management locally. I can't go into detail, but this has been part of our focus, and I completely agree with you. There are other biomes. We have the Atlantic forest as well. And as Brazilian people, what we should do is mainstream the production and usage of other species. For example, baru. Not many people know about it, but there are interesting production chains. And at the same time, what are other species that we need to normalize, that we need to mainstream? I have just one sentence. The scale for social biodiversity economy lies in knowledge. If you look at Google today or other companies, these big companies, what they have is knowledge, data, they manipulate it, they process it, and then they sell it. So how can we unite the knowledge that these populations have and transform this into something that can be sold? This is the key for me. I think what you're saying is very important. I talk a lot about the Amazon because for 25 years I've been working there, but we had a seminar with CONAC, with MST, and CONAC, the Indigenous Confederation, drew our attention to this. A lot of the government's policies are more focused on the Amazon, on the Northeast, but we have to look at other biomes, Atlantic forest and others. We have inside Embrapa, we have developed a machine to break the babaçu, but we were told it's not very good yet. We're working to develop a fourth model, a fourth technology, and we're asking everyone to join us, new inventors, because I think Embrapa needs to facilitate the process and get everyone involved to be able to have a machine to do the work that you're mentioning, which is so important. So please do come to us, do make your claims, do ask us to do put pressure on us, on the government, because this is how we will be able to develop and to meet your needs. Thank you very much to all who participated. I think that's it for now.
Muito bom dia a todas e todos.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Oliveira from the Nature Conservancy. It is a pleasure to be here with you and to be able to discuss such an important topic for Brazil and for rainforests worldwide. Restoring means bringing life to our forests. It means bringing economic development and also promoting social conditions of jobs and revenue. In this panel, we are going to discuss and exchange different perspectives on the restoration field in Brazil. We have Thiago Piccolo from Regreen, Raquel Carvalho, Caroline Rocha, Pui, the Secretary for Indigenous Peoples of the State of Pará, and Ana. So we will be all discussing this very important topic. With no further ado, I'd like to hear from Tiago. You are the CEO of an organization that operates in the private sector, and Regreen develops alternatives for the current restoration models. We are about to end this COP28, and we discussed the global stocktake, and one of the topics is the restoration. The restoration is seen as one of the nature-based solutions. So, Thiago, I'd like to know, how do you see the restoration and how the restoration can contribute to global climate agendas? Good morning, everyone. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, I'll touch upon three topics. First, I will present Regreen. Then I will explain our operation in the past 2 years, and I will conclude with the opportunities and challenges that I see. Regreen was created because we, and by we I mean myself and my partners, we understood that Brazil has a fundamental role when it comes to contributing to the and tackling the climate change, the climate crisis, the water crisis, and we can contribute through the reforestation of deforested area in the Brazilian rainforest. Regreen is an ecological restoration organization that restores native vegetation of degraded land, deforested land. We operate in the Atlantic forest, which is a biodiversity hotspot, a very important area that has been deforested in the past, and the Amazon forest, of course. Our company is science-based. It is the result of the work carried out by several scientists for decades when it comes to restoration. And the research is, on the one side, geospatial, geo-algorithm, the understanding of the territory to better understand where we should restore and what benefits can result from the restoration for the climate, but also for the biodiversity and the surrounding communities. But it also includes research on restoration techniques. So how can we bring the forest back? And how can we do so with reliability, cost effectiveness, and high quality? We have different models. In one scenario, we don't need to do a lot to restore certain territories. Where there is a huge restoration natural potential, if we can fertilize the land, control pests, the nature will do its own work. However, in other areas that have been deforested long ago, where we don't have much native vegetation, seedlings bank, we need to do way more. We also need to plant native species with high diversity and density so that we can effectively restore the forest. So we have to understand each scenario and we needed to know how we can restore. And how does Regreen make money? Because we are a for-profit company. We want to make things right. We want to have a sustainable and positive impact, but we are a company. And we decided to set up as a company because companies for profit are able to attract capital and are able to mobilize funding. So we have two models. One is the sale of high integrity and high quality carbon credit that result from the restoration. So the forest grows, captures the carbon, we certify the carbon, and then we sell the credit to large-sized companies that undertook commitments to reduce their emissions. So this is our main channel of revenue, but we also have a second model, which is planting native species for timber producers. So we plant, we crop, we harvest 20 years after. So this will supply timber for these furniture manufacturing companies. So this is important because through these type of activities, we have access to more expensive areas where we can not only afford it with carbon, and on the top of that, we can also create opportunities, create jobs in the restoration activity, because you have the timber harvesting and processing that is extra activities that are long lasting, that are intensive, and we can involve the society, the local community in this activity. We can partner with the local community for the success of this restoration activity. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. And what have we done so far before addressing the challenges and the opportunities? We have about 26,000 hectares of areas we purchased in the southern area of Bahia, Atlantic forest, and the Amazon, in the frontier between Maranhão and Pará. These areas were previously subject to extensive livestock and low productivity. Sometimes the producers were absent. So we purchased these lands and we are now restoring them. We've carried out the planting of 1.5 million trees, which covers half of this area. We're going to be carrying out this work in the next 1.5 years. And we've been able to operate in the northeastern area of Pará, in the frontier with Maranhão, and in Bahia, the Atlantic forest. We've been able to set up a network of partners for collecting seeds and producing the seedlings. So we support the local vivarium seed beds with all the technical assistance, with money, and with the very assistance through local companies that are operating, for instance, in the eucalyptus chain, that have the possibility and the technical support to help us plant native species. We have 2 carbon projects registered with Verra, which is the main certifier. And we also have a social strategy to involve the local community, such as the local seedbeds. In the state of Pará and Maranhão, we have an operation with açaí. Several families depend on the areas, and we are enriching the areas and helping them form and create cooperatives that will add value to their products. And we are now discussing with these big purchasers so that they commit with the purchase of carbon from this area so that they can advance capital, which will allow us to scale up the activities. Now, addressing the challenges and the opportunities, we believe Brazil has a major role to play in this area, and we can have a role to play in this climate crisis, generating value to companies, to peoples and communities and operating in these areas. We have challenges to address from the private sector, each company, or also jointly. I was here in a panel yesterday sharing a session with 3 other companies operating in this field, but each company had a different positioning. However, they worked in a parallel manner with certain degree of synergy. And I believe that these challenges are mainly when it comes to how we can scale up the production, because this is being carried out in Brazil with support from philanthropy, with smallholders, with a good success rate, but with a lot of braveness and courage. And we want this to continue, but I think there is room for scaling up. This work is already consolidated. Now we needed to give volume to it so that we can address such a challenge that we have globally and nationally as well. I can also mention extra challenges that need action. One challenge is how we can have access to this area in Brazil. It's difficult to have this access, be it for purchase or for undertaking the restoration actions. And we needed to improve this, and in order to do so, we need to regularize the agrarian situation. So there are lots of problems when it comes to title deeds, to the ownership certificates, and also we want to develop partnerships, and we don't think we will be able to attain our objectives through the purchase of lands only. We wanted to have partnerships with local communities and local owners, which can be very hard. How can we ensure the restoration will be continued in the long term? And there is also a cultural shift that needs to take place. It's difficult to talk to a smallholder and say, turn your pasture into forest, because according to the prevailing mindset, people think that cattle raising is much more profitable than the forest. They think that pasture is cleaner area, whereas the forest is dirty area. That's how people oftentimes think. So having the partnerships is very important, but it's a challenge. And also another challenge lies on the concessions, because in Brazil we have millions of hectares of public areas within conservation units, quite times areas that have been deforested in the past, long ago or recently. So we should be able to leverage on the tap into the potential of these areas through partnerships with the public power that grants concessions to certain companies, and in a model of benefit sharing, and companies that would give this land back to the public power. And I know that certain states are working in this area, such as the state of Pará and the Nature Conservancy, also the federal government and other states. So access to land is a challenge. And if you allow me, there is another challenge, which is research, developing knowledge, producing knowledge. At present, we don't have all the knowledge that will allow us to reforest certain areas. We have a lot of knowledge. Brazil is a leader. We did some amazing work. However, we need to do more. You see, eucalyptus crop have been developed, and 1 hectare of eucalyptus is 4 times more productive as compared to 40 years ago. And this is the 3 times you're saying? 3 minutes? Okay, I'm about to end. So this is the result of investment in technology, and we need to do the same. Management techniques, selecting the best seeds and species, social and biodiversity related technologies. How can you measure biodiversity? How can you generate positive impacts? How can you contribute to restoring species? So we know this is part of our mission, but we want to partner with other companies in the private sector and with the public power. And to conclude, a final challenge is in relation to the service providers chain. we would like to have support so that we can foster the service providers. We have 1 million hectares we want to reforest, but we need to have suppliers in place. And also suppliers that are aligned with us so that we can have providers for each step of the chain, be it the production of seedlings, the seed collection, seed beds, social monitoring. So we need to foster and create this network of suppliers and a network that can create sustainable jobs. And it's important to promote this so that we can connect the potential that we have in Brazil, challenges and opportunities that we exist, and we actually turn this into important contributions. Thank you very much, Thiago. So you highlighted some of the challenges that Brazil has when it comes to complying with our NDCs. 2 million hectares that needed to be reforested and restored, and doing this alone is mission impossible. We need to partner with the private sector, civil society, academia, government, so that altogether we can bring solutions to places where it's needed. And when it comes to bringing solutions, of course, we have to involve people. Another aspect that has been quite mainstream at COP28 is the climate justice and the need for a just transition. More and more, we need to take into account environmental and social safeguards when implementing our climate solutions. So I'd like to hear from Caroline Rocha from the network Amazonians for the Climate. Please tell us about climate justice. Hi, everyone. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Caroline Rocha. I'm the co-founder of Amazonians for the Climate Network, and I'm also part of La Clima Network. It is a network of climate lawyers operating nationwide. At La Clima, we work with Just Transition, and I am here with Ana. She works with GST, and we have Gaia. She works with GGA. Before responding to your question, I just want to react on the remarks made by Thiago. Thiago, you said that there is a mindset. So some protein producers think that pasture is clean land, whereas the forest is dirty land. It's important to acknowledge how much rooted this perception is in certain cultures. When we think about the colonization of the Amazon, we have this green hell perspective. People would only be granted with title deeds should they deforest the area you were claiming. With an standing forest, people wouldn't have access to title deeds. So it happened in the past, as of the 60s and even before that. And we have this until today very present in the mindset of people. And one of the reasons is these policies have not been reviewed, and we had no alternative development model for the region. We still have these 50s and 60s models in place. So Regreen's activity is a shift of paradigm. It is a revolution in those areas. So culturally, this is very important. I think that you have a huge cultural challenge. But now, Going back to your question, I'm sorry for the parenthesis. So when it comes to the just transition, as you asked, and thinking about the just transition in the Amazon context, according to the climate justice, when you have the transition from a carbon-intensive economy to a low carbon economy, you have winners and losers. And oftentimes, the losers are the most vulnerable communities and a lower capacity of resilience to changes. When it comes to just transition, more than a just energy transition that is very, very important in the Amazon, because we have 3 million people that are isolated and with a precarious access to energy, and they use diesel and fossil fuel to have access to a certain degree of energy, and without the diesel, people have no other alternative. So this is something that needs to be taken into account. But on the top of the energy transition, there are other issues such as labor and production chain. As I mentioned, development models for the Amazon have historically been extractive models that generate wealth through deforestation. When we see the main sectors operating in this economy, you see timber, mining, agriculture, and livestock. These are carbon intensive. They don't need to be carbon intensive, but the model that we have in place in the Amazon is. In face of this scenario, you see that all the basis, the economic basis is carbon intensive, and then we needed to make the transition. When making this transition, it's important that people whose lives depend on those food systems, on those energy systems, on those socioeconomic systems can have a plan for the transition, and a plan that do not leave these vulnerable communities behind, that do not turn these vulnerable communities into more vulnerable communities.
So when we link what we're talking about here and the negotiations that I've been following, we see today negotiation has to do with scope. What is going to be included in just energy transition discussions? So there is a polarization between developed and developing countries, where developed countries are very focused, or rather, developing countries are very focused on being able to include and make the voices of their communities heard, while
dar evidência para as medidas unilaterais dos países desenvolvidos que impactam.
Whilst the developing countries, or rather the developed countries, want to just provide evidence to their initiatives, and this impacts us negatively. What I don't see in this polarization scenario is a real discussion about food chains, food production chains, which is very important. And within that production chain, we have the restoration chain. This is part of a production chain, as açaí is, as cocoa production is, as many other cultures or agriculture is, and forms of agriculture are, and it needs to be seen as vital. It is an opportunity for the economy to grow, an opportunity for employment, job creation, and jobs that have low impact based on an activity that is low carbon. So when we talk about just transition in the Amazon more specifically, it's basically all about restoration chains. And we need to be able to identify and give names to what we're doing, because over the next sessions of COP in Bonn, when we discuss the topic of just transition within the scope of a just transition, when we define the specific topics that the countries will assess, then we need to be talking about restoration. We need to be talking about productive chains, agriculture. This is the work we need to develop by COP30. And at COP30, we need to be able to have on the agenda what's important for Brazil and for the Amazon. So the Amazonian Network for the Climate is a network of researchers and climate experts that have a vision of a given territory from that territory. We come from the Amazon. This is where we come from, and this is where we were born. Those of us who work for the network. So when we talk about having it be discussed, having it on the agenda, it's based on that perspective, on that viewpoint. So the transition we need for the labor, currently it's mostly informal labor performed by Black, colored people, indigenous people. And these systems and these guidelines in the work program have to be part of the discussion. They have to be part of the agenda. And I have 3 minutes, I'm nearly there. So how should we look at restoration in Brazil, but more specifically in the Amazon? We should look at it as a productive chain that generates jobs, income. We should subvert the development rationale that has been around for decades in this region and understand that restoration is one of the solutions for a just transition, and link our solutions to the work that's being developed and to what's being negotiated at the COPs. So what goes on in the pavilion has to be linked with what goes on in the negotiations. This is precisely what we want to do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, as we try and get the debate going, the dialogue going, I think you bring some points for us to reflect, that idea of having pavilions be in touch with the negotiation, which is key, especially because more and more COP is more like a huge climate congress. It's important to remember where we come from and how the discussion needs to be put. And you talk about restoration. That's one of the points being negotiated. So how can these food production systems exist within a given territory? And to talk about that, I'd like to call Secretary Puig. As you know very well, indigenous peoples and traditional communities are the guardians of the forest. If today we have the The vegetation cover we have, it's due to the role of traditional peoples, indigenous peoples. They know the difficulties in keeping the forest standing, the impacts they're suffering, and that there's a need to restore degraded areas. So, Secretary, you have the floor.
Bom dia a todos e a todas, bom dia aos companheiros de mesas.
Good morning, everyone.
Hoje, mais dia de luta, como todos os outros dias.
Here we have another day of struggle as any other, but today we are losing one of our guardians.
Raimundinho Guajajara, que
Raimundinho Guajajara
tirada por defender o que tanto nós
lost his life today. His life was taken away from him for defending, for standing up to what we've been defending. And he doesn't die just for us, for indigenous people, but he dies because he believes and believed in a world that could be free. Not only territories can be free, but where society, where the planet is free. And to talk about regeneration and all of this, honestly, it's worthless talking about restoration of land if at the same time we're not working on restoring the point of view of the environment in people's mind. We need to re-educate our people. We need to regenerate and recover. We need to take care of a mindset that is sick. We need to plant love. We need to sow love. We need to try and change the mindset. The mindset is now ill due to ambition, due to selfishness, which is why today in our land we are at war. We have people dying because of this territorial ambition. And lots of people are paying the price with their own lives. It's important to talk about challenges. It's important to talk about our ambition in terms of restoration. However, we need to be also doing that inside the territory. Tiago, right? When you talk about Paragominas, this is where I come from. My land goes from Santa Luzia in Pará, and it's at the border with the state of Maranhão. It's a highly degraded area, deforested area. And these initiatives, they don't make it to our territory. This is traditional land. I think we need to find a way for initiatives such as yours. It's a land that's 259,000 hectares and 70% of it has been degraded and deforested. And I'm just talking about one territory, one land, and I'm not here to talk about my land alone because we have many initiatives that are necessary. Today in the state of Pará, we just launched a plan for native forest recovery. It's very ambitious. It has involved indigenous and traditional communities. So we can get started, build the process from the ground up and have a result, a concrete result. However, we'll only be able to give you good examples if we have a good result. Good result not just for the state of Pará, but for all of Brazil. Brazil needs to show concrete results. And I think we can't focus on COP30 alone. We have to focus on what happens after COP. COP lasts 15 days. What's going to happen afterwards? How will we continue advancing? Will we just say, oh, okay, we hosted the COP, everything's settled? I don't usually talk a lot about the COP. It's an important event, yes, but we need to think about what happens afterwards. And I'm a bit concerned because everyone just talks about the COP all the time, and we're happy, of course. Indigenous people are happy to be hosting it. However, we will really be happy if we are involved, if we can ensure that traditional peoples and indigenous peoples can participate. So to all of you, what I have to say in terms of initiatives is that our territories have already been doing it. We need to ensure that they're able to develop social bioeconomy in their land. And today, because there's illegal mining, because there's illegal deforestation, then we cannot ensure that they will be able to develop social bioeconomy. How can we bring this topic to the table if we cannot even add value to what they're already producing? Traditional, indigenous communities, quilombola communities. It has added value, but that value doesn't go to them. Because in terms of logistics, everything is very complicated in the Amazon. So let me give you an example for the IOI people. They produce these beautiful crafts, and it's so difficult to be able to transport it all the way to the capital. It takes 3 to 4 days to get there. If you want to sell your flour, for instance, if you want to sell açaí, you don't get the right compensation for it. So how are we going to find mechanisms to provide just financing to their production? It only makes sense to talk about it if we're able to add value and compensate them. So the initiatives that the state has developed, the program I mentioned about recovery of native plants, the monitoring that indigenous peoples themselves have set up with the support of the federal government, the state government, and FUNAI, to be able to remove intruders, to evict them. And I think the state of Pará was the first to be able to evict intruders from their land, thanks to the support of the federal government. It's close to Paragominas. We were only able to get that done because we had logistic support from the state. And if these forces can come together, civil society, state government, federal government, private companies, then we can think about a strengthened productive chain. We can think about and build a post-COP world. So we can't think only about the COP and the results from the COP. We're talking about our future here. So we want to ensure future generations will have rights. We will guarantee them rights. And people talk about carbon all the time as if carbon was the way, you know, to save us all. But as indigenous peoples, we need to be part of the discussion on carbon, of course, and to be able to have a just sharing of benefits, to be able to respect the previous consultation or prior consultation with communities, free prior informed consultation with communities. It's a right that we need to defend. And for lots of communities, we have a consultation protocol which need to be respected by states, by companies, because in this protocol, we already have a way of looking at bioeconomy. We have safeguards. What kind of safeguards do we want? If whatever process we're trying to implement, whatever initiative we're trying to implement, we don't deal with these safeguards, then we will not be able to strengthen the Amazon, strengthen the bioeconomy mechanisms, and a sustainable Amazon. And I'm not just talking about myself here. If we want to talk about strengthening biomes, we need to stop just looking at the Amazon and to look at it from a broader perspective. The Amazon alone will not be able to help the entire world, the planet, if we don't look at the other biomes. So the Secretariat of Indigenous Peoples is very open to anyone, partners, allies. We are part of the government. Here we have Secretary Juliana from Ceará, the first indigenous woman to be secretary. We have Ceisa Pitaguari, who's currently in the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. She is an indigenous person herself. We have Taiwakan, coordinator of FUNAI. Do we have other indigenous people here? Yes, we have someone from Rondônia. So many women, indigenous women, who are now in these positions, and they need to be supported. So we can no longer talk about us without including us. And we are in these positions, but however, we are also leaders in our own territories. So our real partners need to be able to see that, need to give power and a voice to all these representatives. Since we are away, we have to be included if we want to if we want to create a better Amazon, a better Brazil. I can see that I don't have any more time, so thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I hope we will be able to continue finding paths forward, not just at COB, but elsewhere as well, to make sure that for tomorrow, for now, we're able to find solutions. And I come here and I don't represent myself alone. I represent all my ancestors. The path we need to build is not one that will look just at the Amazon. It has to look at the entire world. We're here to represent our ancestors. Future can only exist if we honor our ancestors. We need to be on the same boat and understand that our planet has a story. It has its own ancestors. And as Indigenous women, we work very hard to make that clear, not just for the Indigenous peoples, but for myself, of course, for my children, but also for your generations, for your people, for your future generations who are deforesting, who are harming the planet. So we need to make sure that we're educating our children, future generations, and we need to start educating them from our own homes.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Secretary. I know you have other agendas, so if you need to go, feel free. We understand. Well, we would like you to stay, of course, but we know that you have lots of demands and panels to attend. So her words makes us think about our public policies, the way they have been designed and how they connect with the international agenda. And I would like to ask a question to Ana, who is also part of La Clima and the Climate Policy Initiative at the University of Rio de Janeiro, PUC. So, Ana, how can public policies communicate and connect with the international agenda? And how can this turn into restoration results? Thank you very much, Karen. Good morning, everyone. First of all, it is an honor to be sharing the panel with so many women. And it's difficult to speak after them, I must say. But it's a real pleasure to be able to share some of our work and studies. First of all, You mentioned the international scenario, so I will talk about this first and talk about our domestic policies and then the challenges and opportunities. When it comes to international policies, as Karen referred to, this is a very important topic, the restoration and the conservation for international policies, the nature-based solutions for adaptation and climate solutions, and also to avoid losses and damages and greater impact of climate change. At COP, I am following the global stocktake talks and negotiations that are examining everything that has been implemented since the Paris Agreement, and also for the evolution of NDCs that will be reviewed by the countries. And these NDCs, the next NDCs will be adopted in Brazil, in Belém, at COP30. So this result will be very important because they will directly influence the new NDCs, and both the restoration and reforestation are very important for the adaptation agenda. In Paris Agreement, we have a specific provision on forests, on the importance of nature-based solutions. This is Article 5, that also includes provisions that existed on REDD+ and other pieces of legislation. Provisions that provide for the restoration and the reforestation. So it's very important that domestic policies includes these topics as well. And also we are discussing how we can integrate the nature-based solutions. As Karen mentioned, the first Brazilian NDC had these 12 million hectares to be restored in the NDC, but this target was not renewed in further commitment. So it's an opportunity for the next round. I hope Brazil can include this target again, and even in a more ambitious manner. As for national policies, the CPI, the Climate Policy Initiative, is now planning and mapping the restoration activities, and we should launch it by the rest of the year. So be tuned. And we are assessing in a broadly manner these public policies, and we've been able to identify that the PROVEG, the National Plan of Native Vegetation, is the main piece of legislation. It sets forth the restoration of 12 million hectares, and there are specific measures attached. And also the target includes the implementation of existing policies, mainly the ones in relation to the Forestry Code as of 2012, that determines each property should maintain their legal reserves, their permanent reserves. And if they do not maintain these reserves, they have to restore new areas, what should be implemented in all private land in Brazil and also in public land without a specific legal status, which is the case of the indigenous lands. But it's very difficult to implement this agenda. And we should publish a report very shortly on this. And there is an important role of the states when it comes to the oversight of the implementation of the Forestry Code. And this is especially important in the Amazon because the legal reserve amounts for 80% of the area. So most of the restoration is mandatory, actually. So there is no challenging. But there are, of course, bottlenecks such as the land landscape, the legal landscape. So there are several incentive policies for forest restoration. We've had the payment for environmental services law approved in 2021, and this tool might be important to promote restoration as it provides for several environmental services, including the carbon, but also the water, which is essential for food security, of course, of the entire Brazilian community. And now we are discussing the regulation of the carbon market in Brazil, and this will be important because it will give more legal certainty to the agenda and also high integrity products, and while respecting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, which is why the free, prior, and informed consent is so important. These initiatives should take into account as a priority the consultation of indigenous people. So let's see how this will be implemented. As for the funding, the Climate Policy Initiative also mapped the funding for land use, not only for restoration purposes, but also for agriculture, conservation, and restoration. And according to this mapping, only 5% of the funding was international until 2010, and all the rest was Brazilian, domestic. So there is a huge potential for international funding, which is also a complex agenda, as we can see in the talks, but the countries, they have to fund adaptation and mitigation measures in the country. So it's important to boost this agenda, especially for promoting nature-based solutions. And according to the mapping also, most financial streams for land use were targeted at agriculture, so agricultural policy. So very little of these funding are aimed at restoration and reforestation. So we have a lot of room to advance when it comes to funding this agenda, and we have new restoration models that include the production restoration. I think that they can leverage and boost the restoration. And now to conclude, we referred to some of the challenges, and one big bottleneck is the land legal status. So we should work towards the regularization of land in the area. This will make the projects more appropriate in terms of legal certainty. And as I mentioned, it's important also to advance on the implementation of the forest code. So having the state working together with the different levels of governance, with the civil society, with the owners. And again, there is this important shift in the mindset that needs to be made. So we should advance when it comes to the implementation of the forest code, but also we should increase the incentives that we can give. And according to the Brazilian legislation, we can give incentives to this. And finally, internationally, I think Brazil has the opportunity to engage in restoration more broadly. And also, when it comes to the Brazilian NDC, we should increase our commitment and our ambition in this area. And I believe that Belém can be a milestone for a greater focus on nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Bom, política pública, você traz para a gente uma questão
Very
de
good.
transversalidade.
Well, so you mentioned the mainstreaming of public policies, and if you allow me, I would like to invite our Secretary, Ursula Vidal, the Secretary for Culture of the state of Pará.
Secretária, muito bom dia.
Mrs. Secretary, good morning. Thank you so much.
Secretária de Cultura para essa conversa.
I would like to invite Mrs. Secretary to join the talk because culture means tradition, and the sustainable use of forestry products is part of the tradition in our country. Art, craft, for revenue streams, for the involvement and participation of communities. So, I mean, Mrs. Secretary was not expecting, but if you could please say a few words about this topic. Hi, good morning, everyone. Karen, thank you so much. You're so generous. You know, women giving space to other women. This is beautiful. So, thank you. Good morning to everybody. I like when I see a panel with more women than men because that's how the world is, but unfortunately, that's not how business is. But anyway, we are here discussing the economic future, a new green economy, a just energy transition, and funds and several funds have been announced. There is a record of funds that have been announced, and they help to ensure a climate justice that is overall a topic that is very much touched upon by women, and that's precisely because we are the most vulnerable layer of this humane organism. So when we have we shouldn't think that the nature follows our design for the ecosystem. Belém will host COP in 2025, and we have 39 islands. There is a lack of forest coverage in urban areas. And the island population is not directly linked to the urban areas. The urban population visits this island space, consumes the products made in this island space, somehow bring prosperity to this island scenario that is not always sustainable, I must say, because tourism should take place in a proper way. And I'm sorry because I see someone who is in the audience and I have another panel to attend. But anyway, in the Brazilian Amazon, we have 29 million people and 80% are living in urban areas. And 84% are concentrated in 20 cities. So we should include women, peripheral population. We should encourage local production. We should foster and promote creative economy. Otherwise, we won't reach anywhere because the poverty, the vulnerability, the lack of access to public policy will push people towards illegality, informality. And if you wish to create an economy where you have the valuation of environmental assets, we should have the inclusion of this population. Otherwise, they will attack this asset. Because if you have people who are 15 years old, they have no access to education, they have no access to job, they are not part of production, any production chain. So we should take into account all this potential, all these possibilities, all these needs, and they should be integrated in this process. And we should generate business with the youth because the youth are not part of the institutional framework. They are the green zone. They are not in the blue zone. They are making protests. But they're not here. And when we talk about the creation of jobs, it should be for this youth. Youth, they are producing storytelling, the gamification of forestry activities. So they also improve communication with regards to sanitation, drinkable water. So this youth is emulating their families in a way. They are trying to show to their families, be it in urban areas or in conservation, it's the importance of what's taking place. They are aware. They are producing knowledge that is disruptive. Where are they? Where is this youth? So here, We have trillions for nature conservation, and it has to be done this way. However, people are not still in the center. We are discussing the ESG, which is very trendy and very fashionable when it comes to sustainability in companies. So we are with a special attention to the preservation, conservation, and restoration of the areas, which is correct. But where are people? These discussions should be centered on people. We have a world with 90 million of refugees, and people are not talking about it. So we are going to save the way we are going to make money for big investors, but we are not centered on people. We have communities, local communities and indigenous people that are the ones saving our stock. They are the ones ensuring we have air we can breathe. So let's put them in the center. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, for your inspiring words. Mrs. Secretary, I know you have another panel to attend, so feel free, one meeting after the other, but I thank you very much for your availability. Well, we are reaching the end of our panel. We know that if it was possible, we could discuss over and over. But we also have Raquel with us. Raquel is from the Centro de Vida Institute, ICV. You know, your institute works on the transition Amazon Cerrado, which is yet another challenge when it comes to the restoration of biomes and the restoration of Cerrado. Cerrado is an area where there is a huge production of commodities, so it is a biome requiring intensive restoration in order to maintain a level of water and resources. So, based on what you heard, in your opinion, what are the impacts, what are the challenges that we have in the horizon, and what are your recommendations?
Numa saia justa, depois dessas falas incríveis, né?
So I'm in a difficult position here because we've heard such incredible comments, but let's try to land. In the state of Mato Grosso, I think a lot has been said regarding challenges we have in common. Tiago started by mentioning the capacity, technical capacity building, which is necessary. There are various ways to restore. Some techniques are cheaper, other requires to interfere more, recover soil. But we have to understand what works in a given area. So in the state of Mato Grosso, we have 3 biomes, which already shows the diversity with which we have to deal. But within a single biome, such as the Amazon biome, you have various types of soil, mountainous areas. This needs to be considered when choosing a regeneration or restoration technique. And the other aspect is financing. Today we have credit lines that allow us, if we want to promote the restoration of our areas, to have access to credit. However, well, interest rates are about 4%. Recently at COP, they announced the BNDES plan, the Arc of Restoration, which is ambitious, 24 million hectares that they want to reforest, and I think $30 billion in investment by 2030 with a very low interest rate, 1% per year, which is perhaps more accessible in terms of credit. Another important challenge, and Ana mentioned it, is being able to advance in enforcing our forestry code. as we're able to regularize land tenure for rural land, then there will be a very big need in terms of restoration. That's essential for us to tackle that. And of course, control deforestation. Otherwise, we'll just be trying to solve a problem that's continuing to happen elsewhere. So recent figures show that we have been able to reduce deforestation. We did a wonderful job in the past. Now we're seeing once again a reduction. Mato Grosso, my state, unfortunately, wasn't able to reduce deforestation in the past year, but it's happened before, so we can get there again. Let me talk about the role of ICV, my institute. It's a very local institution. We are located in Mato Grosso, and we interact with other organizations, which allows us to work in other states. However, our focus is the state of Mato Grosso. I think this panel showed us many things that within ICV we see as being essential. For instance, looking at the human factor. We work a lot with family farmers, and when we think about how and about the solutions that work and can be reproduced elsewhere, I can mention one. ICV has a social business program. Through this program, we've been able to develop kind of a project that can be seen as a pilot project that could be reproduced elsewhere. So we look at restoration as part of other initiatives that generate bioeconomy. For instance, Puir mentioned the idea of bringing the producers closer to the market. And we have this initiative called Rota Local, local route. We've already traded 3 million in products, 3 million reais in products that use this local route. It involves 5 municipalities that were able to send their goods to a city called Lora Floresta, showing that logistics is an important aspect. We also have productive networks, or rede produtivas, as is the name of the project. So you look at how cocoa is produced, milk is produced, babaçu is produced, babaçu oil, always looking at how you're developing agroforestry system, how to make the productive unit more diverse, how to increase productivity, and open more possibilities in terms of marketing of these goods. Another important role of ICV is precisely land tenure regularization. So we monitor deforestation very closely, and I invite you all to look at the Territorial Intelligence Portal, where we have lots of information regarding figures, deforestation figures for our state, what exactly they mean. So we don't only monitor deforestation, but beyond that, we also look at timber production chain and land regularization. How much land is getting regularized in our territory? Working with data, but of course we can only do that if we have good data. And ICV, in that sense, is improving environmental transparency, which puts Mato Grosso as the state that has the highest active transparency in terms of the environment. So these are the initiatives we've been testing in our state. They have a lot to do with restoration, and they could potentially be reproduced in other states. I think it's wonderful to try and bring this positive agenda for the Amazon and try and see how it can contribute in a positive way in the future through all these restoration projects. Thank you. Thank you very much, Raquel. Well, we're close to the end. Based on the recommendation Raquel has made, based on all the comments that were made, I want to just highlight some final points. Nature-based solutions need to be part of the international agenda, the international debate, so it can be reflected in our public policies in the country so we can leverage restoration. When we look within the country, it costs very much. It's expensive to restore. So we need to have diverse methodologies and models to be able to leverage restoration, to scale up. So I think financing is the other essential aspect. Beyond financing, in Brazil, we have a very big challenge to be able to implement and enforce our forestry code, which provides a series of opportunities in terms of restoration, land tenure regularization. So we need to advance in terms of these public policies. And Secretary Ursula mentioned the idea of people. People are essential, but if we don't build capacity without technical assistance, they will not be able to restore the land as needed. So to close, I'm going to surprise you, to put you on the spot. You have just one sentence, not more than one sentence, to talk about restoration and COP28. And I'll start with you, Tiago. Can you repeat? You need one sentence, just one, that links restoration and COP28. Potential for Brazil and the world. The importance of restoration to meet our global targets of keeping global temperature increases of up to 1.5 degrees and have quality of life and adaptation possibilities for all communities.
Eu resumiria em novo pensamento, uma nova economia, mas que faça sentido localmente.
Thinking differently, a new economy that makes sense locally.
Fomento das cadeias da sociobiodiversidade, da restauração, colocando
Fostering biodiversity and restoration chains while focusing on the 29 million people in the Amazon. And finally, together, we will find a path. Thank you.
Alô, alô? Pessoal, acho que a gente vai começar nosso painel aqui, chamando
Hi, we're about to start our panel.
no café. A gente vai ter uma discussão super importante e relevante.
We're going to have a very important and relevant discussion, namely,
Derrubando desmatamento, né?
how can we end deforestation by 2030?
E nós temos aqui time de diversos, vamos dizer, níveis, né,
We have a
governo.
panel composed of a
E eu acho que
diverse
vai ser
group of panelists at different levels of government. I think this session will be interesting. The Brazilian government has been insisting on this objective of deforestation zero by 2030. This is one of the initiatives undertaken by President Lula, and we have a positive balance in this process already.
Estão aqui tem o seu pezinho aí.
And everyone on this panel contributed to this positive balance.
Em que temos representante
We are gonna hear
do MMA,
from a representative from the Ministry of the Environment, the Secretary, Mr. André Lima. We are also gonna hear from the Secretary for the Environment of the State of Pará, Mário Almeida. Also the Secretary for the Environment of the City of Paragominas, Armanda Purger, and the Secretary for Land Governance at the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture, Mr. Moisés Savian. So let's start with André.
eu vou estar aqui marcando o tempo.
Please make your introduction remarks.
Então nos guie nesse caminho.
And please guide us all along. Thank you for the invitation. Hello, everyone. I'd like to greet my fellow panelists. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Certainly, we have very important players of this initiative, but this initiative counts on so many players and organizations, and I will try to discuss two very important phases of this front. First, I will talk about what's being done already. Between 1st January and 30 November, according to data collected from DETER, a system that was not developed to assess rate, but it is a system that collects approximated data, and it's very much similar to the results provided by PRODES, but anyway, 50.5% of deforestation reduction in the Amazon between the 1st of January and 30 November as compared to the same period in the previous year. So advancements have been made. In this first phase, we had mostly command and control related activities, oversight, the operation undertaken by ICMBio, and we have the presence of a secretary that is operating in the field. Anyway, on the 1st of January, President Lula enacted 10 decrees out of this 10, 5 were environmental decrees, and one of them was PCDEN, the Plan for the Control and Reduction of Deforestation, a project that was actually stopped by the previous administration. And in February, we began to draft the plan. In July, the president launched the 5th phase of this program for the control and reduction of deforestation. And before that, we already took some measures. Of course, one of them is the oversight, but we also worked directly with committees and the monetary institutions. So we created bottlenecks and we hindered access to credit from investors who are in an illegal situation from a forestry perspective. And we also set forth rules that would hamper people practicing illegal deforestation from having access to loans and credits. We also resumed the chamber for rural activities. And we have more than 10 million hectares that are going to become conservation units, and also we have granted area to FUNAI, so more than 50% of the destination of public lands have been addressed to the Technical Chamber of Rural Activities. We also have a program together with the municipalities in the Amazon region that will invest 600 million reais in the period of 3 years. And we are also going to distribute services to municipalities that reduce deforestation amongst the priority municipalities. And we are also going to provide technical assistance. So we have a positive agenda with the municipalities. So the municipalities are no longer seen as municipalities requiring assistance, but a municipality of priority. And we are also working in the forest restoration, which is a new type of concession. But now I would like to summarize 3 axes of our strategy because they are the pillars of our definition of deforestation. People also wonder if it's doable, if we can effectively zero deforestation by 2030. Yes, we can do, because the zero deforestation concept is divided in 3 axes. The first X is the fight, zero tolerance as to crimes, violations. That's the first X. And this is overwhelming in the Amazon. More than 50% of deforestation taking place in the Amazon is the result of illegal deforestation, both in public and private land or legal possessions. So that's the first X, including all command and control activities that have been improved with technology of information, artificial intelligence, remote control. So an improved command and control architecture. And this work will be carried out in connection with the states and the cities. It is a partnership. I mentioned this partnership we have with the municipality. So we're going to set a real-time network for monitoring of the region. The idea is to equip this network with tools, network consulting for each scenario, for each city, so that we can have a real-time information, weekly reports, so we can effectively control and monitor the areas. So that's the second X of our zero deforestation plan. The first X is fighting against deforestation. And it is overall deforestation, because illegal deforestation has to be eliminated immediately. So the second X is made of economic and creative instruments. We don't have to limit to payment for environmental services and RED. They are both very important, and we have programs in this sense, Forest Plus, the Green Stock, but we are going beyond that. We are trying to connect legal deforestation granting to concessions for water and give concessions to water for the ones that are restoring biome, the Cerrado biome. And that's because the Brazilian agriculture is highly reliable on water, therefore highly reliable on Cerrado biome. We have lots of crops being affected by droughts and the lack of rainfall. So economic instruments that are reliable but creative also. And in this sense, the carbon market is an important opportunity. And the idea is to discourage legal deforestation and stimulate the conservation of forest assets. As a consequence, we can reduce deforestation, and the remaining share will depend on our capability to implement the two first axes. But this is forest restoration and production forest restoration, hoping that by 2030, the native vegetation coverage becomes stable and begins to grow. So we will have more and more forest every year. Are we going to have deforestation? Eventually, but always compensated with a restoration, reforestation in a way that we can broaden the native vegetation coverage in all biomes. It is no small challenge, but through partnerships such as this one that we can see on the panel, municipalities, states, and the federal government working together, we can attain this objective. Also, the participation of the civil society, providing information, the involvement of indigenous peoples and local communities that are key in the preservation of native vegetation. So that's what I had to say, and I hope I respected the time that was allocated to me. Thank you very much again for the opportunity. Thank you, André.
Bem, o Pará
The state of Pará
está grande nessa COP.
is gaining importance at the COP.
Tem levado vários estados
The state of Pará is at the forefront of several initiatives.
de realmente a gente
It is followed by many other Brazilian states when it comes to coming up with sustainability solutions, reducing deforestation. So I'd like to hear from the Secretary of the State of Pará. If you could please tell about some results of actions taken by the State of Pará when it comes to reducing deforestation, and how do you see the role of the other Amazonian states in relation to this target of deforestation zero by 2030. Thank you very much, Annie. And good afternoon, everyone. My fellow panelists, I'd like to greet you all. I am a civil servant for 37 years, and in these 37 years of my career, during 13 years, I saw the reinforcement and the strengthening of the public sector with lots of public hirings by the federal government. First, I worked as a civil servant in the municipal level, then at the federal level, and now at the state level. So when I joined the State of Pará department, I realized we had only 10 auditors. It's impossible to carry out an oversight with such a small staff. It is impossible to have actually an inspection with this amount of inspectors. So there was a decision granted by the Brazilian Supreme Court that created the Petrobras Fund, meaning that the states would receive grants from this fund to fight against fire, deforestation, and etc. This was very beneficial to us because on the top of that, because there was the COVID, we had a bill that decided on the transfer of cash and provided for some exceptions for certain sectors. But no exception has been allocated to the environmental sector. So I could say that the economic activity in Brazil downturned except for deforestation. So we had a peak of deforestation in 2019 and 2020. So my first alert is that we cannot have deforestation without people. There are technology tools, yes, but we need people and personnel. I receive data every day, and we set up in May 2020 a network of operators, and every month we carry out operations. Sometimes they last all month long, so we have different shifts of inspectors. So we have more than 150 inspection agents on the field, including law enforcement, experts, firefighters, but this costs a lot. It is expensive because traveling from Belém until the place where the deforestation is taking place takes 3 to 4 days. And going from this place, there is the base of the group of inspectors until the place where the fire is taking place, it takes time. So we need organizational and corporate intelligence in partnership with state level and federal government to fight deforestation when we reach the level we intend to reach. We have a plan that mixes the sectorial plan and the deforestation plan. And thanks to this program, we attained our target. There was a peak in 2019 and 2020, and now we are at a rate that we want to maintain by 2030, but this won't be enough. So in parallel, we had the rural registration, and we found out many people were in illegal situation. We validated lots of permits and concessions, but we have 300,000 registers that are pending approval. So we need a recall, and in order to do this job, we need people, we need personnel, we need agents to be able to review all these demands. In parallel, we have the bioeconomy state plan. So as you can see, you have a combination of legislation and of plans that will allow us to reach maybe not zero deforestation, but a permanent deforestation. It is important to keep in mind that when it comes to information technology, we need integrated system. And integrated doesn't mean use one or the other, but having enough APIs through which the systems can exchange and interact. We have some systems provided by some Brazilian organisms that work very well, but we need people to operate them. We have tools that are so important, but we have no manpower to run these systems. We also have the territorial intelligence model that has a data lake with all information of command and control in Brazil, including data from every Brazilian agency and organization. And we can collect data on this. Another thing, we also have to tackle these companies that are trading illegal timber. And you see, sometimes our system ends up protecting the criminal instead of the formal operators. So we needed to have an interconnection of data systems. We are now preparing a regional plan to tackle deforestation. In order to do so, we need to align and integrate all state level systems and exchange information, because we might have one operator that is deforesting in one Amazonian state and is deforesting also in another Amazonian state, but under a different name. So we really need to exchange information, and we also needed to share equipment and machinery such as helicopters and law enforcement, and we needed to be able to operate rapidly, and we need money for all of this. There was a program funded by KfW, and an airline was going to be purchased with GPS and radar and everything. But when the pandemic hit us, the airplane cost was multiplied by 3, so we didn't have money to afford it. But we do need an airplane, we do need airplanes, we do need radar connection. We are now using Starlink, which is so expensive, but that's the only way to ensure communication between the specters. So we needed our systems to be encrypted. And we are able to say, well, we have people from this department, we have 10 people going, so we can join forces. It's not simple. We are working, of course. We will lower deforestation, but deforestation won't stay low forever, because we have difficulties with the displacements traveling to areas, and then we have a problem with the maintenance. The vehicles, they have problems all the time, technical problems all the time. We need expensive trucks. You see, there was this panel saying that restoration is expensive, but fighting deforestation is expensive too. Maybe not that expensive, but it's expensive too, because it requires logistics. So when it comes to our COP in Belém, we need to have forces in the agenda, because here in the main room, they are discussing the industry, not forest. So forest must be at the core of the agenda in COP30. So we need to have also more funds available for us, and fast, because we are worried about the world, the forest. And if we want to protect the biome that is actually capturing carbon dioxide, we need to act fast. If we work on our own, it's going to be half successful, but it's not going to be a huge success. We need to get together, we need to be intelligent, smart, and have an institutional framework. We are advancing, but we have at the same time a challenge and an opportunity, and I hope that when we go to Belém, we can actually showcase the forest the way it really is, not the way people think it is. I think this is the opportunity that we have.
Thank you, Secretary. I think your words about the fact that we really need investment to be able to fight deforestation, and that this is not a small task. We know that, and we need to highlight that. It's good to see that state governments, the federal government are aligned, which is so important. Because, of course, the federal government can make itself present everywhere. The same goes for the state government. So it has to be a joint mission. Now, let us hear from Secretary Amanda from the municipality of Paragominas. This is a municipality that is kind of a model, an example. Very long time ago, when I started my career, I began working precisely in Paragominas when it wasn't a role model, an example. So it will be interesting to hear from you. See what Paragominas has been able to do and how municipalities can contribute to zero deforestation by 2030. Good afternoon. I thank you for the possibility of being here and learning a little bit more, but also showing you what's being done in our municipality and our perspective for reducing deforestation, for being able to zero deforestation in Paragominas. I fell in love with Paragominas Paragominas began its pioneer expansion to develop extensive livestock. So this began with a cycle of deforestation, then you had wood production, and precisely at that point, Paragominas saw that it wouldn't be able to grow economically since all the goods, all the products that were being produced there couldn't be sold, since in 2018 it was identified as a municipality that was critical to fight deforestation. And that's precisely when the municipality shifted its focus and understood that if it followed that path, it will be doomed to a very severe economic problem. So we created a project called Green Municipality to change the perspective in our municipality regarding deforestation. So we were removed from the list of critical municipalities, but we continued developing what had been planned. Over the past 2 years, as was the case for Brazil all over and for the Amazon, Paragominas had a slight increase in deforestation. So 7 hectares beyond what was established in our ordinance. However, we understood it was time to act once again, to resume some of the initial aspects of the original project. So we created this other project called Paragoclima, which is to develop a low carbon area. And one of the most important aspects is precisely fighting illegal deforestation. Illegal deforestation a lot of the time leads to other social problems, other situations that will make that illegal deforestation situation foster and last. What are the challenges for our municipality now? This is data from 2023. We've had a reduction of 32%. You can see the monthly reduction in deforestation, or actually the monthly deforestation levels. You can see when Paragoclima decree was published and when we signed the Paragoclima Pact in May 2023. And you see deforestation with time. 15 years ago, we signed a pact. Based on this pact, we were able to change the history of our municipality. So the idea is for people to remember what had been done 15 years before and what we had all agreed on 15 years before. Here is a view of deforestation in our municipality. So you see risk areas and deforestation areas. Here is our forest balance. We have already 75% forest, which is more than 1,300,000 hectares of forest in our municipality. I like this image a lot. I've shown our secretary this image before. It shows deforestation from 2019 to 2022. And it seems like our municipality is doing a little bit better compared to the land outside. This is fire incidents. And we see that our municipality is doing a little bit more. It's doing a little bit better. So what are the challenges we have? Well, first, connecting all the jurisdictional levels, state, federal, municipal, they have to work together. The municipality cannot try to fight deforestation alone, especially as was mentioned by Secretary. It costs a lot. We need staff, we need people. And now we see that the ministry is much more open to talk about municipalities, about their own context, which is so important. Brazil is very big. The Amazon is very big, and the Amazon in the state of Pará is huge. We each have our contexts, our economies, our cultures, and so we need to look at those specificities. We cannot think about deforestation in a standard way because otherwise it will not be adapted to the local territory. So the dialogue we've been able to establish as municipalities, and I say this on behalf of a very large group of secretaries from different municipalities who have been able to establish a dialogue with the Ministry of the Environment to be able to solve our problems. Regarding the environmental rural registration system, it's an excellent instrument to be able to manage our territory, to understand what are our assets, our liabilities in terms of the environment. And we are working very well with the state government in that sense, with Secretary Raul as well. He's been present and helping us to try and adapt our own information system and make sure we're doing joint management, as Secretary Mauro has mentioned. We need to be speaking the same language, have access to the same database, so we understand how we can act and be more effective. We also have Camila, who's been working with us from PMV. So today we're well connected. We're able to show them precisely where the problem is so they can provide support. Within the scope of the Paragoclima project, today we're working on the transition for a low carbon economy, which we believe to be the best solution to fight deforestation. As was mentioned in the previous panel, the Amazon is made up of people. It's useless to have command and control actions and seize or have embargo on certain areas, because when they leave, when they're no longer there, we will not be able to ensure deforestation doesn't happen. So we need to transition to a low carbon economy, which requires education, environmental awareness raising, to understand that it's not just about law enforcement, but there are other criteria that can help us protect production. For instance, agribusiness. We have soy in expansion in the city of Paragominas, and livestock as well. It's still very strong. And today, as part of the first axis of Paragoclima, which is the Axis 1 for the Action Plan for Prevention and Control of Deforestation, our first axis is precisely showing that establishing a low carbon system is much more important than deforesting new zones, which is sometimes not what people think. There was this expansion that was promoted in Brazil, and that expansion in these territories was linked to deforestation precisely. So, in order to develop them, we had to cut trees down, and now we're trying to show them that this is not the solution for big and small producers. So, we have good contact points, we're in dialogue with the different sectors, productive sectors because we understand that the areas where we see higher deforestation is precisely in these large producers, these large farmers. So it's them that we need to convince. So to have low carbon technology, to fight deforestation, of course, you need resources, you need people, and that's the biggest problem we have. And the program which brings municipalities together is also to try and provide more infrastructure, more resources for these municipalities to be able to work. Regarding management instruments, they also need to evolve. Today we have systems that can really help us. I'm out of time. Oh, my goodness. Well, let me wrap up. These management systems have to evolve in order to get that done. Of course, we need funding as well. In terms of opportunities, in the current situation, we see that carbon is something that the Amazon can defend. We are able to produce lots of energy types that are low carbon because we have a lot of sun, we have wind, we have organic products which allow us to develop biomass. So carbon can become a new gold for the Amazon. That's the perspective we are developing as an opportunity to create a new economy, generate income, generate revenue, and in that sense, have another way to reduce deforestation. Thank you. Let me just say something. As many have said here, the zero deforestation target for the Amazon, for Cerrado, and please note that I spoke about Cerrado because we have Pedro here in the audience. He represents the Cerrado network. As was mentioned, none of this can be done without people. We have here Raoni Rajão, Director for Policy Coordination, Deforestation Policy Coordination. Thank you for being here. We have also a person who's responsible for the judiciary and defending the Amazon there. They're doing great work. And we have someone here responsible for leading all the environmental control actions, not just in the Amazon, but all the fires. I talked about the importance of IBAMA in the first cycle of deforestation control. Thank you. I want to make this thanks to IBAMA known internationally because they've been dedicating so much. IBAMA agents have been putting their lives at stake to be able to defend this cause. So thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Amanda. I think you've made it all very clear that the connection, the network, the dialogue between the three levels of government are essential in order to be able to better use the few resources we have, both financial and human resources, to be intelligent in fighting deforestation. Now we'll have this very interesting perspective. It's maybe more cross-sectional with regards to initiatives by the federal government with Secretary Moisés. He's going to tell us what is the land tenure process and system that's being implemented. For those of us who study deforestation, we know a lot of deforestation has been happening because of land speculation. So can you tell us a little bit more about this, Moisés? The ball's in your court. Go for it. Thank you. Thank you, Ana, for your introduction. Thank you, André, for the invitation. It's very important to have these debates Sometimes we just work in our offices, we're just trying to solve problems, and we don't really look back and see what's being done and how we're going to work in the future. Let's start by mentioning challenges. In the federal government, the main challenge is to be able to implement PPC-DAM, our action plan for prevention and control of deforestation. So institutions have been dismantled. We didn't used to exist. Now we're back since the end of January, and we have the plan and we need to put it in practice. So we are moving forward. Every partner of the plan needs to find its place and its role. Let's talk about what we contribute directly. Well, the first point for debate is the destination of public land. According to the new decree, we have made it very clear that the government wants to prioritize destination for collective usage. So have a destination and a decision for land that will be of public use. And we have someone here who helps us set these new areas of conservation, the differentiated settlements, etc. So how the land is going to be used. The Ministry of the Environment has presented a series of areas where we need to make studies and advance to go from a place where environmental agencies weren't interested and now we're more interested. FUNAI as well. 7 million hectares that Bolsonaro had removed from being environmental areas are now back. What do we mean by environmental zones or areas and indigenous zones? Why do we want them to be designated as such? Well, so we can demark indigenous lands, so we can help in that sense. So we're doing the work once again. It's not been easy. We suffer a lot of pressure in terms of land tenure regularization. And for the first part, it's basically the scope of the size of Spain that we need to find a destination for. We need to settle the issue. And the second is about land tenure regularization, whether we're talking about agrarian reform, and it's about the size of Germany, 30 million hectares of resettlement zones, as well as other requests we have for private land, so family farmers, mid-sized farmers, according to what's in the Brazilian legislation. We have a huge challenge because today land management in Brazil is considered to be a high-risk activity and civil society has been whistleblowing about how risky it is, the troubles we're having in the Amazon, the state of Pará. They've been showing that it's possible to get it done. But of course, we cannot get it done alone. We need the support of civil society to get it done. I say that in the previous administration, there was no intelligence. It wasn't part of the government, and now we have to bring that intelligence back. So when we look at the destination of this land tenure, governance, all these mechanisms. And the final point is to foster productive activities. This is within our scope, so make it possible for an agroecological transition, help family farmers, provide credits. Today, 70% of credits for agriculture are in the 3 states that are in the south of the country, which is an important figure. We need to increase credit capabilities for the Amazon, for the producers there, to be able to finance agroecological transition, productive forests, agroforestry. So that's the third point amongst the challenges.
As for the opportunities, I also worked for the Ministry of the Environment 2014-2015. I was at the Department of Extractivism and I was a coordinator of a program At the time, Mauro Pires was a director. Historically, we had a very high rates of deforestation. Then Marina joined. We reduced until 2011, 2013, and we reached the lowest deforestation rate at that time. So we were able to have and attain results, concrete results with command and control plus other policies. But we had no integration of the production chain. So maybe this is a challenge. We have to lower deforestation, but if we want deforestation to reach zero, we needed to have an agenda of sustainable production in the Amazon. So this should, of course, include restoration, but it should also include things that are more complex, such as livestock. So we have to think about how we can advance on sustainable production. 1/3 of the family production in Brazil is protein production, cattle raising. So this has to be discussed and faced. So if we want to reach zero deforestation by 2030, we need to secure the projects now. There is a debate regarding productive forests. There will be an agreement entered into with the Minister of the Environment. So we have to invest boldly to have a network of productive forests to be presented at the next COP. And we're going to have the launch of one of these programs shortly. And when it comes to fostering programs, we believe that there is a perception that the main stimulator of this type of activities come from carbon credit market, but we have $70 billion in the credit market, but only a small fraction of it complies with the climate initiatives. Of course, that we from the Agrarian Regularization Department, we want to have biodiversity and standing forests and all of this, but we also want people to be included, and we want to discuss sustainable livestock, sustainable agriculture. So our challenge is to do our homework, which won't be easy. We have 3 years and 20 years until the end of the current administration, and maybe we won't be able to do everything by then, but from now on, we needed to have a very strong agenda. We needed to secure the projects now, leverage on everything that we have. And I think that one activity that will be very important will be in the context of this project that we are having now with a large budget. And we're going to work directly with 15 families. So we are going to invest in seedlings, seedbeds, in sustainable production. And the idea is that these families, they also hire other families to have a more production chain. And we also have a program under the coordination of Garo. And I believe that we have this opportunity, which is constructing a biosocial economy for the Amazon. I'm about to conclude. I have 1 minute left. Okay. When Lula made his opening speech at the COP, he said we should lead by example. So if we want to be the leader we want to be in 2030, it's not incumbent upon Lula only. It is up to all of us to work very hard. Thank you.
Obrigada, Moisés.
Thank you, Moisés.
Vou agora só colocar pouquinho de tambaqui na minha brasa, né?
Now,
A pimentinha.
before we conclude,
Puxar pouco, a gente está falando de zerar o desmatamento.
we are here discussing deforestation zero. But
Reduz o desmatamento
when we considerably reduce deforestation, there is a positive impact in terms of degradation reduction, which was very clear this year, a very dry year in the Amazon, a year where we could
assim,
have attained a
catástrofe em termos de área queimada.
level of deforestation that would be catastrophic because of fires. We had fires, yes, deforestation resulting from fires, but less than what could have happened. And this is the result of deforestation reduction. And I wanted to make it clear
Tem outros benefícios para
because there are other benefits
clima, porque a degradação florestal
on the top of that.
zerar o desmatamento
We can have zero deforestation today. Nevertheless, the Amazon will still have emissions in degraded land. So these agendas, both agendas, should go hand in hand. So coming back to André, we are going to have 2 minutes each. And then we open for questions. We've been talking about Cerrado a lot. I know Cerrado is still a challenge. And I was in a side event yesterday where I heard we cannot give up on Cerrado biome because it is seen as a biome of private use and that there is not much we can do. I know it's not truth. I mean, we can do things differently, and I know you're working on this front as well. So if you could please share something. Great question, Annie. Thank you so much for your question. I just wanted to say hello to Caio Penedo, a very important partner, a rural producer in the Amazon, someone who's helping a lot to enable this dialogue with the agribusiness sector. And indeed, Cerrado is a challenge. We have no possibility of having a legislative change in Cerrado. But Cerrado is the opposite. You have 80-20%. In Cerrado, it is the opposite, 20-80. When it comes to the states of Cerrado, conservation area corresponds to 20% of the territory. So according to data from Professor Rajão, who is sitting at the back of the room, it is possible to deforest 30 million hectares of Cerrado biome. And this means 30 years of very high rates. So I believe this is a challenge. How can we ensure at least 50-50? We are on 50, but you know what I mean. When it comes to deforestation zero, it is fighting what is illegal, encouraging the maintenance of preserved areas, territorial management, the presence of local communities in their own territories, forest restoration, production restoration. This balance is a challenge, and Cerrado is one indicator. We had a decree that established the priority municipalities, and some of these municipalities have been recognized as a priority not because of deforestation, but because of the increase in forest degradation. So we also have a front for degradation reduction. So degradation is becoming increasingly important, and this is the topic of the fires as well. Thank you, André. Now I'd like to hear from Mauro, because we are discussing COP30, the COP of the forest, and if you could please address some opportunities that you see in connection with this international event that will be taking place in Belém, and that will discuss topics that are so dear to Brazil, so important to Brazil. So what opportunities do you see? How can we strengthen our environmental agenda? I will try not to repeat myself. I believe the best opportunity we have is to be heard. When it comes to designing public policy at the state level, such as the bioeconomy plan, the biodiversity plan, the restoration plan that was launched during the COP, hearing people was the most important thing. It is very important to ensure such exchanges because it triggers empathy, which is a key element, and the population began to see us as someone who was working with them. So I oftentimes say that COP has already started in Belém. So I would love if we could have some pre-COPs next year to be able to listen, to hear, so that we can have the forest and the center. In Belém, we're going to showcase the real Amazon, and this is not what we see here. Here is the following. You have a lot of money, and what you do with this money. You see this city that is so wealthy, with so many sophisticated hotels. And what's the limit of it? What is the limit when it comes to luxurious, to the use of environmental assets? I mean, what's the limit when you have a lot? You see, sometimes in Pará, we have very, very poor populations. So what opportunities we are going to offer to these Amazonian populations so that they can effectively change their lives and ensure their role as the guardians of the forest? Yesterday, I attended a panel with Minister Isabella, and it was very interesting. We heard a professor from Congo, Kinshasa. He said that the Pygmy and the Bantus, they don't want to participate at the COP. They don't want to join the debate because they have other values. None of what we say here, new economies, the use of natural resources, none of it is of their interest. They have nothing to do with it. They have other lives. As if we had a different planet and this planet. And I was surprised. They take the following stance: I refuse to talk to you because our values are totally opposite. It drew my attention because we really should engage in dialogue and hear people. Because yes, COP is a good thing, but somehow it tries to standardize life, and we are not standard, we are not homogeneous, we are heterogeneous. We have ethnic groups, populations, peoples who are different. What we need is to respect each other. And in the state of Pará, you have lots of quilombola communities that have their ownership rights acknowledged. And each community has their culture, their religion, their livelihoods. And I believe that in Pará, we have to display this connection with the nature, with these traditional communities. I believe that this is an intangible heritage. And that's the legacy I hope we will be able to convey. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Now, briefly, I'd like to hear from Amanda. We know that Paragominas is very powerful to the agribusiness. So,
Que vai além, talvez, mas como é que, o que você sente ali? Como é que os produtores sentem esse debate de clima?
when it comes to the producers, how do they see the climate agenda in the region, the climate debate? And in your opinion, how is it possible to involve these producers in the agenda? Because their participation is important. Yeah. You see, Paragominas, the city of Paragominas has indigenous lands, wonderful, by the way, wonderful indigenous lands. And most of our territory is composed of farms, production farms, productive farms. So in order to fight deforestation and in order to offer low carbon alternatives, we need to engage with these stakeholders because that's the ones we should work with as well. In this sense, we've been trying to establish contact, communicate, and raise awareness of these stakeholders as to the need of adopting new production techniques because there are innovative and great techniques in place. And additionally, we explain about the importance of having an environmental regularization of the area. We convey the importance of restoring degraded land. For this reason, of course, that we have command and control for the oversight, but also when it comes to the registration of rural properties. And in the area covered by this registration, 33% of the land has been already validated. And based on these registrations, we hope we are going to restore this environmental liability in the shortest period of time, because by 2030, we hope 100% of water registrations will be validated in our area. But I know it's ambitious, but I believe that Paragominas is on the right track. Thank you. And then finally, I'd like to hear from Moises. When we see public forces without destination, we can see that the largest blocks are public, but not federal land. If you could please explain how is this discussion with the state so that this project can actually cover larger areas and include the acknowledgement and recognition of local communities. This year, we visited the states, and we did so in order to align actions. So what is new is the Agrarian Development Ministry, because we had different departments taking care of it. And we had different responsibilities, but the agrarian governance is a very broad concept, and our role is to determine standards, and this is carried out by INCRA. So again, we visited states, and as I mentioned before, we resumed the work of the chamber, the technical chamber that analyzed all this information. And we will now work on the dialogue because this rural regularization, the agrarian regularization, should be subject to a territorial management plan. Thank you very much. We have time for only one question.
Se for rápido, de repente dá para fazer as duas.
Two, well, if it's quick, then maybe we can hear all two questions. Congratulations to all of you. It's a pleasure being here, hearing from all of you. I am from UNAS, the São Paulo State University, and unfortunately, in the state of São Paulo, Cerrado has been devastated because of agribusiness and sugarcane production. And because of that, we also have a wide experience because our university, UNASP, has campi all over the state, and we have projects about restoration of Cerrado. I don't know how much you've started thinking about regarding the contribution the universities can provide to the issue. Today, we have more than 40,000 students, 14,000 postgrad students, and we have a federal legislation that requires all these students to have some kind of extension activity, so practical activity, which means in our university alone, we have given a focus to develop extension products that look at the sustainable development goals, sustainability being on top of our agenda. So universities could help, they could be better integrated to help and contribute to the problem and improve our figures. Can we go to the next question? I work with Dulce at UNASP. I'm also a researcher. So you already asked a very good question, but I wanted you to think about the new instruments. We have the São Paulo Agency for Agribusiness Technology, and areas of APTA, this agency, are suffering with speculation, real estate speculation, and the government of the state of São Paulo is more or less thinking about selling these land that have cocoa trees, coffee trees. Maybe these units could be used for projects that involve universities, companies, but most importantly, communities, so they can generate income. A lot of the times, these are populations that need a place to live, they need income, and they end up degrading these forests. And maybe we can join efforts to try and protect these areas, APTAs, in the state of São Paulo. One comment about the first question. I think the second requires more local knowledge. I am from São Paulo. I live in Piracicaba. Maybe we can talk a bit more so I understand what APTA is. I don't know what exactly that is. Is it a specific conservation unit for the state of São Paulo? So I need more information. But regarding the first question and how academia can participate in restoration, we had the first meeting of our National Commission for Restoring Native Vegetation, CONAVAG. This was yet another body that was paralyzed in the previous administration. So now it's back. And there we have academia well represented. Maybe you can take this proposition to them about how you can be a protagonist in order to try and implement our action plan for prevention and restoration. The challenge we have today for restoration is to be able to use the knowledge we've acquired, and a lot of that knowledge lies within universities. So I think that's essential. In the state of São Paulo, where I have some experience with forest reforestation, I created a hub that started developing projects in the state of São Paulo. And we know lots of people are in it for the adventure. I mean, they don't have a lot of knowledge. So yes, we need universities on our sides. We've been talking within the Ministry of Agrarian Development about these technical extensions. Today we have a specific agency that exists within states that works with companies as well. And there's an interesting dialogue with the deans of the universities, the state universities as well, and the Ministry of Education to try and make sure that part of the activities that are necessary in terms of the extension programs can promote rural extensions. For a long time, I was a professor of agrarian studies, and we know lots of students have no experience on the field today. For us, both in terms of how we want to develop sustainable development, it would be interesting because universities have a strong expertise, strong professors, but it would also be positive for them in terms of their degrees to have the practical knowledge and the practical experience. So yes, we need to be in dialogue with universities. Well, to conclude, I think your questions were very relevant. Thank you.
Você pode comentar em cima da minha fala, então.
I will conclude and maybe you can comment afterwards. I think you've brought the perspective of São Paulo here. We have representatives here from the Amazon, but when we talk about zero deforestation in Brazil, it means all over Brazil, all other biomes. Despite the fact that most deforestation happens in the Amazon, we do have Cerrado right behind, Pampa, very degraded currently as well. So the system, the architecture that we create should be used to help other states and other biomes in Brazil, because our target is zero deforestation in the Amazon, zero deforestation in Cerrado, as well as the other biomes that need help and attention. Today, we can say how much each biome is being deforested because we have a program called PRODES Brazil within the National Institution for Space Research, which provides us with this information. Without information, without data, we cannot have public policies that work. I will give the floor to André. Just to say we are working on the other biomes as well. Maybe they're less visible. However, in Pantanal, we had very high deforestation, authorized deforestation, and we took a measure within CONAMA to include the governor of the state of Mato Grosso do Sul to have him discuss measures, specific measures, and now in the new bill, the new state bill, it was approved in the State House exactly as we had agreed upon. So it shows that we're working very well with other states. And we did that in the case of Mato Grosso to help Pantanal. And we're sure that this will lead to decreases in deforestation in Mato Grosso as well. And now we need to establish action plans for the other biomes that have not been contemplated with an action plan. We want to get it done by June of next year. If we're able to, it will be an all-time record, but we need proactive contributions. We need the participation of these large networks, the Cerrado network, the Caatinga network, the Atlantic Forest network, as well as the Pampa network. Our secretariat wants proactive cooperation, so we will need all of you. Thank you, Mauro, Amanda, Moisés, and thank you, Anne, for being the moderator of this panel. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much, everyone.